microphone is on. Welcome everyone. Happy Friday. Man, was the traffic bad getting back here. If it wasn't for Piggy snout bopping all those cars, I would have never got here in time. Or, well, I didn't get here in time. I got here late. Welcome everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching VolcanoX live stream. On the screen is the Southwest event, Puka, as they call it, at Helima Uma'u Crater, Kilauea, and it is a lovely scene. They keep panning away from it, though. I wish they'd just leave it there. Anyway, all awesome. Anyway, first off, we'll start out by saying thank you, Piggy, for the £2 super chat and doing your thing there. And also thank you, Grandma B, for the $2 super chat as well there. I appreciate that wonderful support, and that is awesome. And speaking of Grandma B, she gets cookies today. Grandma B, there you go. You've got the cookies. And I think Henry tried to get in there, but you beat him out. So, congratulations, Grandma B. And welcome to everyone. Glad to have you all on board. It is happy Friday, June 16th of 2023. And I'm glad my workday is over. It was hectic, to say the least. To get things going. The morning was actually pretty good. It was this afternoon's job well, I actually started still late in the morning, but tried to get it done. It should have been a routine thing and just did not work. And anyway, we've made arrangements to revisit the site for Monday or Tuesday, so anyway, it is what it is. Anyway, let's get at things. Obviously, you can see that our wonderful fountain there is just doing a beautiful job. And I seen it doing that last night a little bit, and this morning, and still continuing, and I really, really like that. That looks awesome. And nice to see the lava flow. It's really a pretty sight to see it cascading down and coming out the front end of that hornito, which I don't know if we can still call it a hornito at this point. Looks like a painting. Yes, Kate, it certainly does. And we'll see. And they named the cone. Well, we named the cone in here. One of our Hawaiian people named the cone and called it a puka, which translated from Hawaiian to English means hole, which is quite okay. But yeah, I'm just going to continue to call it the Southwest hornito or fountain, and it is doing a fantastic job. It is a parasitic vent that has popped up there and been doing all kinds of things. Ooh, Piggy is passing out pins and new tails. Okay. I wonder what that's for. Piggy, any idea what you're doing that for? Oh, hi there, Wonky Donkey. How are you doing? Snicker. Anyway, I'm glad to be here. Glad to be finished with work. Piggy looks innocent, I bet. Anyway, we'll get at saying hello to things and everyone and everything. So we'll start out with saying hello to our wonderful moderators. We've got Arizona Snowman and Piggy, of course, and CND Boy, as well as Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you for being here, moderators. I do appreciate that. And Arizona Snowman, if you're listening in there, I got your message. And yes, I fully concur and understand. I thought that might have been the case. Okay, so yeah, let's carry on though. We're going to say hello to everyone here. I'm going to get rid of that big banner. I think that detracts from the wondrous sight that we are seeing. And I'm surprised there's birds flying around out there. That is pretty awesome. Anyway, that hornito is not so small anymore. Just so people understand that. And I really am not sure of the physical size, but that thing is actually, it's probably 20, 30 meters in height. So if you're looking at, 50, 60, 70 feet, 80 feet, I don't know about 80 feet, but definitely much taller than humans. And it is a beautiful cascade of lava. And let's see what we've got here. Okay, so yeah, thank you, Arizona Snowman. And that is pretty awesome. Let's see, yeah, let's get at saying hello to everyone. So we've said hi to the moderators. We'll say hi to the good people in here, and that, of course, we'll start with the ones on the bottom. Welcome to Kevin Haynes, as well as Sandra Rockland. Sue Hayes is here. Sophie is in the house. Hermione is here. Welcome, Hermione. And I hope your eyeball is doing better. Canonesca's country also on board. We got Kevin. Kate is here. Welcome, Kate. And we got Sophie. The King Colin Deadman. There we go. All right, and we'll mess it up. Wonky Donkey is here. Did I say hi to Sophie? Yeah, I did. And let's see, Hermione and Fluffy, of course. Sharon Stewart is also here. Welcome, Sharon. And still scrolling up here looking for more names. We got Sandra already. And going up looking for... well, Grandma B, obviously. She got the cookies today, so that is very cool. And thanks again for that wonderful super chat. Appreciate the support. Going up a little bit more for looking for others. Who else we got in here that I haven't said hi to yet? Let's see. Scrolling and looking. And there is... who else we got? We got Grandma B, yeah, Sophie. Okay, still scrolling upward. Looking for more good people that I haven't said hi to yet. And we'll see who else we can find. Judy M is here. Welcome, Judy. Good to see you. And still scrolling up a little bit more. And who else we got? Okay. Still trying to find others. I'm up as far as I can go. I don't see any other names. Anyway, if I did not happen to say your name, please do not be offended, Henry Nelson, because, sometimes I miss people sneaking in. Debbie Brady also here. Welcome. Dozed off a bit here. That's no good, Henry. But better beforehand than afterwards, right? Or whatever it is. Anyway, like I said, if I did not call your name out, I'm not trying to be offensive or anything like that. Sometimes we miss people's names and don't get everyone in there, unfortunately. And if you didn't get your name called out, please speak up. We'll be happy to say something. I know there's also a bunch of people lurking, and welcome to the Lurkers Lounge group. That is always awesome. And anyway, as far as stuff today, I am, because I've been busy all day, I'm a little bit not up to par as far as what's going on. Trying to catch up here. Kia ora, Grenzed, glad to have you on board. Quick peek at our earthquake map. I was trying to see if we had any more large earthquakes. There was another 6.2, very close to the Fijian 7.2, or Tonga, I should say, and so a 6.2 there, which is a fair size, but no tsunami once again, so we're not going to worry about that guy. What else we got? We got a 5.0 in Bangladesh. We got some other quakes that are sizable. A 3.0 in Texas, and the list goes on. There's a bunch of others around the world, but nothing really huge. The largest one is at 6.2 in Tonga. So yeah, Tonga, well, they call on the USGS, they call it 6.2 piggy. I don't know what they got it on the other map, maybe a 6.3, but very close. So I'm not going to worry about. I don't think you're going to feel the difference between a 6.2 and a 6.3. Although either one of them wouldn't be very comfortable. I think that's a pretty heavy duty. I got another bing here. I got to just check that for a sec. I think that is. It's a work thing. Hang on. Let's see what we got. Okay. Well, yeah, apparently we had a toolbox meeting Monday morning, but they switched it to an online thing, so that'll be okay. Won't mind that. And we'll be there. That's on Monday morning. So Brian, Perfectibility 999 also popped in. Welcome, Brian. And I think I've got everyone. Sometimes that Lizoid is in the background as well, lurking. It's all good though. We don't mind if you guys are lurking, that you're welcome to do that. And I'm still trying to catch up on some of this stuff to see what the heck is going on. Yeah, I'm not seeing a heck of a lot here other than what's happening on our screen. So let's talk about this for a minute or so until they change the scene again. And then we will move over and look at some of the other photos that they've got, and the report for that, of course. And the report may be a little bit dated by now, even though it was from this morning. So it's kind of interesting that way. By the way, Sakurajima is also being fairly busy right now. Just so you guys know, that smaller vent is spewing out a little bit more of that wonderful ash. Just thought I'd throw that in there. And the ice cream boat just left, for those who need to know. What else we got? Mayon is busy doing its thing. Semaru, I don't know what it is up to. Let's see if we can get that to stabilize. It looks like Semaru might have shut down here just now. Darn it, I hope they are live. Let's see what happens. Okay, I think they may be done streaming for today. I'm going to try this again. It's either that or they are liking to have more ads in there. That could be the case too. Anyway, we froze our volcano. Let's get back there. There we go. KNR Radio Live. Where is that? KNR. I have no idea. But I do like this scene. You know, it really does look wonderful. And Helima Uma'u crater is full of all kinds of different surprises. And, you know, none of us really expected to see this type of a hornito growing out of the southwest wall of the crater. So pretty cool. It's the ultimate lava lamp. Yep, you bet. Anyway, they've panned away there for a second, so just so you can kind of get a comparison now that they pulled out, it is kind of interesting to see how large that has become. And you know, when you take a look at the lava pond as an example, the depth of it, you know, in probably 5 meters or 15, well, 15 feet, and that would be about 3 of those. So, you know, you got probably 20 meters as far as height from the caldera floor level for that hornito. So it is quite big. Going to lurk, getting tired. Okay, Hermian, no worries. You stay safe and lurk as you need it, and we'll try to give good descriptors so you can listen and enjoy the show that way. And of course, Piggy said that she wanted to listen so she could fall asleep, and I hope she does. Not that we want her sleeping all the time, but I understand her issues there, and of course she's mentioned the thing about going or letting the doctor know that there's really no improvement since she's got 2 more days to go in Piggy jail for her stuff. So hopefully there will be something there. Anyway, since they keep bopping back to that thing real quick, let's do this real fast on these other screenshots and just look at that real fast. We aren't seeing very much activity whatsoever out here in the southeast lava pond other than this little smoker out here. There's that central pond, and surprisingly that central vent had filled up with some lava in it, and before that was empty as well. So and once the eruption happened, of course, since then it has been shrinking or decreasing in volume inside there. Kind of interesting. And of course the west lava pond quite ways down in this shot anyway, and of course we still see the other hornito that's over here somewhere, right in here I guess, and that other smoker. So that's what we're seeing in this shot. Unfortunately, we do not see the corner where that hornito is. This one will also not show the hornito. I'm going to refresh that real quick, and basically shows you how large that Helima crater actually is. It is massive. So very, very large volcano. Quick peek at the thermal image, and we'll keep this view in mind as I refresh this, and we'll see what the lava looks like now. And yep, big difference. We can see a lot of cooling in here as well as the lava pond itself. And oh, Piggy gifted a membership. Wow, thank you, Piggy. And Piggy gifted 1, and that is awesome. Sasha got that one. Congratulations, Sasha, if you're in here. And that is all good. So that is cool. And thank you kindly, Piggy, for that wonderful support. Appreciate it. Looking at the other end of things, we aren't seeing anything out there. So everything is kind of contained to that southwestern side of the Helima crater. And of course they zoom back in on the lava flows, and I really do really like that. I mean, it is pretty awesome. Quick peek at that report though, and this of course was from earlier today. I want to make that bigger so we can read it properly. And they're showing the hornito earlier this morning or yesterday. And Kilauea, a volcano update, a southwest splatter cone dominates activity, and they're 100% correct with that. The effusive activity within Helima crater continues with only prevailing with the only prevailing source of fresh lava. The spatter cone in the southwestern crater wall has become the main lava source feeding the southwestern lava lake, characterized by the occasional fountaining and spilling lava flows. So that is pretty good, and the southwestern lava lake has been reducing during the past recent days, even though its elevation has risen by 0.5 of a meter over the past day. So the lava level is going up, even though we're seeing less. The lava circulation continues within the central basin. That becomes the focus of effusion during both the 21 and 22 and early 23 emissions. And let's see, the summit tilt meter identified the inflation starting late morning yesterday, but it decreased in the afternoon and transitioned to a deflation trend today. Continuous volcanic tremors dominate the seismic activity. The live stream video of the activity within Hilama crater is available here. Okay, cool. Click on there. That is what it looked like, and we'll leave that be. And then they have a nice shot of the thermals, and you can kind of see what it was like on June 7th, where you had all kinds of different vents, and then we see the major slowdown by June 8th as things are getting busy and settled. And now you see that southwest corner pouring out most of that lava, and of course the west lava pond that we used to love so much. Well, we still love it. Actually, early this morning, it was that lava was pouring in there really nice like. So, and there, of course, is the Hilama crater from a satellite view. And let's leave that be. We're going to go back to the live shot, and there you can see on the lava pond where the flow was actually coming out of this morning from that southwest vent, and flowing all the way over here and right into the lava pond and into the old tow area. And you can see that the evidence is right there, and it looked pretty cool. I thought it was pretty awesome. Let's take a look at some of that stuff from this morning, just to have a little bit of a peek. Of course, this is earlier there today, and I really like this. A 457 this morning. That's a kind of a neat shot. Let me make that a little bit bigger again. There we go. And that is pretty awesome looking, and I thought that was kind of neat. And now I was trying to find the other spots where we can really see the flow into the western pond there. Let me see if I can advance it just a little bit. And yeah, this works. So you can see there is lava coming in from this side, but you can also see the lava flipping. Okay, and that is pretty awesome as well. And there's the tow area, and you can see two streams of lava flowing into it, but they got a lot heavier later on. And here's one flowing in right there into the west lava pond. So pretty cool, and the way this was flipping looked pretty awesome as well. And of course they kept on bouncing around with looking at it, but some of these images are really stunning, like this right here. I thought that was just fantastic to be able to see that this early this morning when I was checking. So really cool, and I like it. And of course a little later I'm just trying to find those other spots there where we could see a little bit more of that lava flow into the lava pond. Might have been a little earlier as well. That might have been here. Here you could see a couple flows in. This was at 5:11 a.m. There's two there, and one here, and then only one going into the toe area. We know it's still getting lava from this side as well, so several sources are feeding that. If we go back a little bit more, I think that might be here. No. Where are we here? I moved it around quite a bit, so that is that region where you see the flows happening. Just trying to see where that is. Somewhere around here. There was the major flows going into that toe area. So that was pretty awesome. It hadn't flowed into the western lava lake yet, or lava pond. So that was at 4:17. So that was actually a fairly recent event this morning, but I really love this. It is an awesome shot, and nice to be able to see that. And you know, what more does a guy want? You know, definitely want a volcano that is putting out a lot of that lava. And let's see if I can find the other spots here where it was really flowing. A little further forward in time, 5:49, as the sun is coming up. Of course, the scene changes a little bit every time you look at it, and pretty awesome flows. In this shot, you actually see two output paths down on the bottom and flowing from this portion here. And I'm not sure if the volume went up or down or not at that point in time, but let's see if we can find the lava lake here. Nope, that is not going to work. Let's see, they did have it zoomed in at one point in time. Let's see, need to move it ahead a little bit. Hard to find those spots. Anyway, that was in the earlier morning. You noticed it quit on this side here, that flow. We did have the occasional flow happening here as well, brand new stuff, but it's reduced itself from the three pieces down to one larger one, and I guess it might have washed out some of that wonderful lava, but still gushing out of there like crazy at 6:39 a.m. And of course, let's go back to live right now. That is what it's doing. So, and this has basically turned into one larger area down here. But we're also seeing some output in here, as well as the little river flow from all that flooding, which is going into here, as well as in here. So pretty neat. And then we're also seeing some more flow on this backside. What's interesting is every once in a while you see a dark chunk come out of here, so a rock or something literally flowing with all that lava, which is pretty awesome. Let's see. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up what's going on in the chat. Anyway, I think today's show is, pardon me, going to be a little bit different. I think we're going to continue to focus on this guy a lot because I like it, and I think we are all kind of interested in watching this a little bit more. I don't know, is there any objections out there? Who doesn't like lava? Who doesn't like the fountain? I don't think that anyone's going to disagree with me. The other one that, of course, that I was looking at was this other hornito. That's the old lava vent. And we used to have the little hornito right in beside it. But that's grown up. But it, too, has ceased flowing. So I think that's kind of an odd situation. No complaints from me, says Debbie. Yeah. And agreed from Piggy. Yep, Williams Bowl, welcome. And yeah, great view. And yeah, we do appreciate that. And William, definitely an interesting time, especially watching the size of that hornito continue to increase. And I think, you know, at some certain point in time, we will no longer be able to call it a hornito. We will have to call it something else. You know, it is a parasitic vent, because if you recall the old bowl, the way it was shaped, that area basically was always hard-walled rock area. And to see the lava flowing up there and gushing out the way it is today, definitely has made a big impact in the way that this volcano is developing, and the way the real estate inside Helima-Uma'u crater is changing. So if this thing persists, of course, it's going to be growing, and it will grow more and more. And again, I'm really kind of lost as to how large this thing really is, but we can guesstimate by, you know, just looking at it. I'm thinking it is at least about 20 meters in height. So you know, you're seeing 60 feet of height there. I just want to see if we can get a volunteer to run down there and stand beside it. I don't know if we've got any of those out there, but no, I don't want to sacrifice anyone. 7-minute warning. Thank you, Piggy, and I hope you're hanging in there. And runs runs none, don't dawn. Oh, runs down. Okay. Piggy, I hope you're planning to sleep. Anyway, beautiful view though, and it is really nice to be able to see that. For volcanic activity, you know, it may not be the largest volcano in the world as far as looking at the hornito like this, but it's certainly an interesting one. And you know, we all remember when Bob first started. Bob wasn't a very large volcano either, and in due course it grew up, and you're trying to get rid of me. No, Piggy, I'm not trying to get rid of you. Kevin Haynes gifted 1 membership. Thank you, Kevin Haynes. And Jason Slater got that gift. Way to go, Jason. Congratulations. And thank you, Kevin, for helping out and supporting the channel, and throwing a 1 month free gift membership in there for someone. And congratulations to Jason for receiving it. So Kevin Haynes, just writing that down, gifted 1, and thank you very kindly. So yeah, I like this. This is an awesome site, and I certainly hope that you guys like watching that flow out of there. I think that's neat. It really is. And you know, all of that as a parasitic vent. So you know, the side wall, it's an area that you wouldn't be thinking that we would see lava protruding up like that. And I mean, I was kind of surprised to begin with when we seen it during the eruption, that we seen a little event there. And I thought that would have died out a long time ago, and I thought it would have started flowing some of the other ones. And hey, Lizoid is here. Welcome, Lizoid. So yeah, it's quite interesting. And for those who aren't quite aware of when we talk about parasitic vents, I'm going to draw a little rough sketch on here, just real quick. So if and this is not to scale or anything, so if you got a crater, and I'm going to kind of make it like that, and we'll use that as the wall, and then of course it'll go up. So on the edge, and you see the rock fall, like what you see in the background here, all that rock fall. Well, okay, so on the crater floor, you had, I'm on the wrong screen, a bunch of different events coming up and throwing out some lava, right? And there may have been a few of them, and doing their thing, spurting up a little bit here and there, that kind of thing. And usually they're all tied together from one source down below. But if there's enough pressure, of course, it's going to turn around and create other ones and pop out in different spots. So this here would be considered a parasitic vent coming off of your main source of lava down here, right? And again, this is not factual or to scale by any means, but this is as an example what could have happened. So hopefully we'll see it continue. I just installed an EMP shield on my truck. EMP? Oh wow, electromagnetic pulse. Are you building something strange there, Lizoid? And welcome, Scott Hartman. And that is awesome. Big Toe also in the house. Welcome, Big Toe. Good to see you. And let's see. I said hi to Kananaskis country earlier. Yep, I did. And of course, Arizona Snowman. Good to see you there. Yeah, in this shot, you can see a little bit more of how that the lava flows there. It had a few places where that just flowed into the lava pond, and you can definitely see the different coloring of that fresher material as it had flowed through, and nice to see it give an extra coat for that area, and also nice to have seen it flow into the lava pond itself. We are still down, I'd say, 4 to 5 meters from the top edge. So that is, 15 feet, 16, 20 feet, maybe something like that. Don't know exactly how deep, but it is a fair size. And that is all cool. And yeah, love the way this thing is just doing its thing. So anyway, it is about break time, ladies and gentlemen. So for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give us a quick bop on there if you're enjoying the show. Also, if you're sitting on the sidelines peeking in and you want to join in, it takes 1 minute, and then you can be chatting in the chat box. Of course, we do have a pretty clean stream, so we ask people if they do join up, that they keep things relatively calm and cool and collected, no swearing, and reasonable use of a maximum of 5 emojis, that kind of thing, in one sentence. So nothing crazy, but we just try to be realistic and be able to communicate within that chat. And we have a lot of good people here, so important to keep it clean. There are also children or younger folk watching. Until I enter, it says sane. Sane? Okay. I'm not understanding that, Piggy. Until I enter it, it says sane. Oh, stays sane. All right. Okay. Yeah, it's it's all right, Piggy. Piggy, you're a wonderful person, and we love you for it. So don't ever think it's anything bad that you've got there. Yeah, you do cause havoc sometimes, but Piggy havoc is okay, and we like that. All right, it is time for me to take that break, you guys, and I am going to go do it. And we will show bacon seeds after the break. So that's my street cred. Darn it. Yeah. Sorry, Piggy. You do have your street cred, and in addition to snout bopping, you've got crutches to beat people with. So be careful. Not you, Piggy, the people. Anyway, on that friendly note, I'm going to go take a break and try to figure out where I am. Of course, I'm here. It's been a day, so I'm happy to be home. Anyway, don't go away. Keep smiling. Be happy. And play nice in the lava. Anyone who volunteers to go stand beside the Hornito so we can use you as a judge to see how tall it is, you're most welcome to go down there. Just be really, really careful and stay on the old stuff. Don't walk on the new stuff. It's gonna be dangerous. All right, I'm gonna go take that break. I'm kidding about going down there, by the way. Don't anyone do that, please. I don't want you getting harmed in any way, shape, or form. It is not condoned here. Anyway, don't go away. Keep smiling. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. And smile, play nice, and I'll be back. welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you here. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Of course, on screen, we've got that wonderful Helima Uma'u crater, southwest corner, the Hornito, Puka, and Puka translated from Hawaiian to English is hole. Looks, I don't know if puka is really a proper way of calling it, but I think it's more than just a hole. It's become fantastic. Anyway, thanks for the welcome backs from Scott and Sue and Kevin. And welcome back, Uncle Doc from Old Mummy of Hamsters. Good to see you there, Old Mummy of Hamsters. And yeah, pretty cool stuff looking at this volcano. So pretty awesome. Anyway, while that is popping off there, we do see a little bit more of that lava flipping or activity within the old lava pond here. And kind of interesting to see that. But I don't want to bore you with this. We want to go over to see our bacon seeds. And here, what? And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. Thanks, Sharon. Anyway, bacon seeds, right? Let's go over there. Let's do bacon seeds. What it is, a puka is a hole in something. Old Mummy of Hamsters, saying hi to Arizona. Anyway, this was the last bacon seed from yesterday. And of course, Piggy, our wonderful helper and moderator and smiling person, is doing her thing. So she sent in more bacon seeds. And of course, we have seen, well, that is the first one for today. And of course, you gotta love ice cream. Everybody loves ice cream. And piggies like ice cream too. And they are enjoying it. So that is pretty awesome. Love that Hornito bursting out the front so we can see it more. See more lava. It is really nice there. But right now we're going to look at bacon seeds there, Sharon. Sorry. Chillin' piggies. Yep. They are enjoying their day, and that is awesome. And next one is this guy. He's had enough ice cream. I think that is a piggy in her sty, just relaxing and taking it easy as per the doctor's orders. Anyway, that is pretty awesome. Next bacon seed is another one eating ice cream. Hey, wait, I don't remember the doctor saying eat lots of ice cream. What happened? Anyway, that little one is enjoying, I believe it's a female, her ice cream. And doing a wonderful job chomping it down. And that is really cool. And next bacon seed is this one. And that one too is enjoying some ice cream, but this one is out somewhere on its leash and having a cone, or somebody is sharing a cone with her. And that is pretty awesome. And next bacon seed is, here we got some pork and beans in that can. And yep. Look at that. That little piggy is sleeping. That is just a young one. But smiling. Obviously likes to be pork and beans. We gotta like that. That is pretty cool. And we'll get to our next one. And that is this one. What did you expect? I'm a pig. I gotta love that. Hogwash, anyone? It's one of those things. On the tippy toes to reach the ice cream. Yep. This is pretty awesome too, with the cake everywhere. That is really cool. And let's get to our next bacon seed. Wearing ice cream. Yeah, I think there's a cake and ice cream and all kinds of things. And let's go to our next shot. And that is got your bacon seeds right here. And that is pretty cool. And yep, and there's a 4-pack. You can get those down at Safeway. That is pretty awesome. And I gotta love it. Wonderful bacon seeds. And oh, here comes a whole bunch of hogwashes. And hopefully some of you aren't lagging too much. That is pretty awesome to see that 4-pack. And here's our next one. And cat, mush, pig, cat, too lazy. The pig is just sitting there, and that is the way it goes. Yep, who's going to turn around and make that pig move? Certainly not the cat. Let's see, next one is this one. This is a 7-pack of bacon seeds. That is pretty cool. And no, I didn't put those things in there. Those were the ones Piggy sent. So pretty awesome. And our last bacon seed for today. And there it is. Bacon seeds. And these are wonderful looking little fellas. And that is awesome. So somebody listed and labeled all these bacon seeds as bacon seeds today. That is pretty cool. And thank you very kindly, Piggy, for sending those wonderful bacon seeds in. As usual, awesome. And we really do appreciate your wonderful delight and help and everything else with them. And of course, those bacon seeds have become an integral part of this stream, so gotta love it. Anyway, I'm going to take you back over here for a second, but it is time for looking at our secret volcano of the day. And the secret volcano is not the one you see on the screen. This is the secret volcano of the day. And I know I'm making this a little bit tougher today because everybody comes along and they tell me all kinds of different things, and I figured I'm going to make it rough for you guys. And no, it's not Stromboli. And I'm not going to give any hints out for a long time. I'm going to let you guys guess. And I'm going to guarantee that there's going to be at least 25 or 30 different guesses before anybody gets it, if anybody gets it. No wonky donkey, it is not Mayon. Sorry. And it's not Fuego. It's not Villarica. Sorry. This is one that well, hang on, that's a hint. I said I wasn't going to give any hints. Okay, I'm going to have a sip of Pepsi now while you guys ponder. Hi, Hamster Mom. Okay. No, it's not Krakatoa. It's not Cotopaxi. This is a really tough one today. And no, it's not called perfectibility either. There, oh mummy of hamsters. Oh, never mind. You were saying hi to Brian. Okay, it's all right. Yeah, okay. Seems to be slow in guessing. I guess people are trying to figure this one out. No, it's not Vesuvius. It's not Sitka. No. I don't even try to guess. Lizoid, this is probably, this one today is probably best that you don't try. There's a lot of people that are very smart and keen with volcanoes that would even have a hard time with this one. And this is not Papakaya, sorry, Sue. And I know it's a tough one. It is really tough. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna throw in a hint. It's one we very rarely have mentioned in the stream in the entire time I've been streaming. I don't believe I've mentioned it more than 2 times directly about this particular volcano. No, it's not Niragongo. Sorry, oh mummy of hamsters. Not Niragongo. Nope. Boy, it's quiet. I'm waiting for the white flags to come up. As soon as I have a total of 5 people with white flags, I will reveal the volcano. No, it's not Kilauea. Sorry. Nope. I'm trying to keep my composure here and keep it quiet. No, it's not Wolf Volcano. Sorry, Sue. And it's not Semeru. No. Okay, we are. It's not Uzan. Papakaya's been guessed already. It's not. It's not White Isle Volcano. It's not Krakatoa. And it's. Well, let's see. What other ones can I tell you? I'm going to list a few. Okay, I'm going to start giving you hints. I'm going to list ones that it is not. Okay. It is not Shivalish. It is not, let's see, Bezimiani. It is not Taal. It is not Short. It's not Tungurahura. Sorry, and Nosu. It is not. Okay. What other ones do I want to list? It's not Barren Island Volcano. It's not Cinnabung. It's not Krakatoa, has been guessed many times here. It's not Ijen. Redoubt? No, it's not Redoubt. It's not, let's see, it's not Etna, no, sorry, it's not Stromboli or Etna or Vesuvius or any of those. It's not Raung, sorry. It's not Semeru, it's not Aso, no. Boy, oh boy, I have picked a tough volcano today. It's a beautiful eruption, though, you gotta admit, and the photography obviously is quite nice. Is it the Japanese? I'm going to give you the hint there as one of those things. And oh mummy of hamsters, no, it is not Japanese. There you go, that's your first real hint. It's not a Japanese volcano. And that is a whole bunch of Japanese volcanoes eliminated, probably about 100 of them. Mark Crispell, you think the way I do? Okay. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Hugs all. Good night, Piggy. And you get some sleep and rest well. And hopefully you will be able to get things resolved soon. So good night, Piggy, and thank you for being here, and thank you for the gifting and the super chat and for everything else that you do. So you are definitely a star and well liked in our books, even if you are causing havoc on occasion. No, Sue, it's not Montserrat. No. I wonder if I should give more hints. Well, we're going to end up running out of time if I don't give some hints. Let's see. I'm going to tell you it is not in Europe and it is not in Africa. And it is not on the Asian continent. Robert Frary, is it Dukono? No, it is not Dukono, but hi, Robert. And it's not Dukono. No. Boy, oh boy, I've really stumped you guys today. I knew I could do it. A Friday night stumper. That is awesome. I'm liking this. I've found a volcano that people are not going to guess. It's sorry, oh mummy of hamsters, it is not Popocatépetl. And it is not, what's the other one that's right by it? It's not Pacaya, and it's not, what's the other one right over there on the other side? I'm just trying to think of which other ones that we could mention that it's not. Okay, I'm going to give another hint. It's not in Mexico, and it is not in Guatemala. It is not in what's the south there? It's not in El Salvador. It's not in Costa Rica. It's not in Nicaragua, and it's not in Panama. It's not in Costa Rica. I think I said that. It's not in Colombia. It's not in Venezuela. It is not in Ecuador. It is not in Peru. It is not in Brazil. It's not in Chile. Wow, I've just eliminated a whole bunch of volcanoes. And still nobody has got it. No, it's not Cerro Negro. Sorry, Sue. I'm going to do this one as well. It is not in the Galapagos Islands. And it is not Merapi. And it's not Misty. Sorry. I think I've stumped you guys. Robert is putting up the white flag. And Sue says Bromo. No, it is not Bromo. Oh, mummy of hamsters, it is not Lascar. It's not Villarrica either. It's not in Chile. And any more white flags? Remember, if once I get 5 white flags, the game is over. Oh, we've got 1, 4 more to go. And we'll see. No, I already mentioned that, Sue. It's not Klyashevskoy, and it's not Reventador in Ecuador. It's not in Ecuador. There are no well, this one is not in Ecuador. I know, this is a tough one. It's a really tough one. No, White Isle's been guessed, and no, it is not, Sharon, sorry. And, okay, we're coming up on break time. That's it. We have to call it. And Tungurahura. No, it is not. It's not Alade either. It's not Marapi either. Okay, Mount Augustine. No, it's not Mount Augustine. It's not Chimborazo, wherever the heck that is. Okay, I'm officially, what? Shishilden? No, it's not whatever that is. Chikaratsky? No, no, it's not that one either. C&D boys thrown up a flag. That's 2 white flags, 2 more to go, and we're going to be done. Or 3 more flags. I mean, let's see. It's not Ruapehu. I'm not sure what Mipo is there. Mapo? No, sorry. We've got 3 white flags, 2 more white flags, and we're done. And you guys are going to shoot me when I tell you. Oh, I love it. I love it. It is wonderful. Kodovar, no, sorry, and it's not Lanin either. They're umami of hamsters. Naman, no. Nanam, never mind, a bad song. Don't have rhythm for that today. Okay, so we've got 3 white flags. Any more white flags? We need 2 more to give up here. So amount, whatchamacallit? Close, Grandma B, but not quite. No, it is not Sangay. Definitely not. And it's not Etna. Sorry. You guys are going to be really, really shocked once I do tell you. And but Mount whatchamacallit is close to it, Grandma B. It's not Pavlov. I'm sorry, Valerie. There's the 4th flag. We need 1 more white flag. Krafla? No, it's not Krafla either. 1 more white flag and I win. Yay, I win. Oh, Mummy of Hamsters throws in the flag too. All right, it is break time. We've gone overtime here. And in overtime, I have succeeded at making you guys not know what a secret volcano is today. I think you may have heard of this one before. It's called Mount Pelée. No, Mount Pelée. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's in the Caribbean. Mount Pelée. And welcome, One Fish. I'm going on a break now because I got to duck. All these tomatoes are going to start flying at me. Yep, that is Mount Pelée, and our wonderful. Oh snap! I almost said Pelée. Yeah, it is, and that is what this one is. So I have stumped you all today, and I feel good. The goddess of old volcanoes, you bet. And there comes the tomatoes. I'm ducking it out. All right, we'll turn that off. Mount Pelée, thank you for being here today and helping me, Mount Pelée. And here comes the tomatoes. I'm running and hiding. And let's see. Even One Fish 26 wouldn't have got it. There's more of those darn tomatoes. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you are enjoying the show, please hit that like button, grab your tomatoes and throw them. And I think I got you good today. It took me a while. I needed to get that payback. It really was awesome. Anyway, here's some music. Hit the like button. Hit the other button there for subscribing. And that is all good. And welcome, Bill. And I'm going for a break. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes after I get all this tomato off of me. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Keep smiling. And nice tries, though, you guys. Thanks. we're back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And there comes some more tomatoes. Yikes. Thanks, wonky donkey. I was just trying to figure out what I'm going to have for supper, and I actually did open up the fridge and found what I want for supper. Actually in the freezer, and that is some I don't know if they're I think they're tortellini. No, are they tortellini? Yeah, they're tortellinis with Italian sausage inside, which is yummy. No, but I can use that sauce. The tomatoes will come in handy. I can simmer a few of those up and make some nice sauce. Tortellini is nice. So we'll have that. Anyway, a beautiful view on the screen. Thank you for the welcome backs there, everyone, for Wonky Donkey and One Fish and Sue. Appreciate the welcome backs. And Oh Mummy of Hamsters as well, saying welcome back, Uncle Doc. Awesome. Anyway, that is some pretty good sight right there. Watching this thing just throw out that lava. And you got to admit, that is something that, we all yearn for, is to watch fountaining lava coming out of volcanic vents. And it really does make it feel good. I like it. At least I hope you guys are enjoying that too. But I do believe as soon as this swings away here, what we're going to do is instead of going through all the camera views of Iceland, we're just going to go through the harmonic tremors, and just so we can have a quick peek, and we'll see some of the earthquakes there, and then we'll pop back over here and just kind of give a rundown, because there's things that we can always catch up on later on in life, and there's nothing erupting in Iceland, so we really don't need to see those today. But as far as the harmonic tremors, I still want to have a look at them. It gives us a pretty good idea of what is going on, and maybe have a look at the Icelandic earthquakes as well as the Azores. We did have a few. Mount Pelée is on Martinique. Yes, it is. That is exactly right, Sue. Did somebody say Montanique? I don't think anyone said Montanique, but nobody said Mount Pelée. So I'm taking it as a win today. So there. I gotta love it. Yeah, it's actually very interesting to see that, in the Caribbean. And Ez, welcome. Ez is in the house again. That is wonderful. Oh, yeah, we can maybe look at the volcano map and show you where exactly it is located. That probably be kind of a little bit of an interest thing. So let's zoom in to it, and we will kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at. Let's go there real quick. So of course here you can see Puerto Rico, and you can see the Virgin Islands, etc. This Venezuela down here, and of course the Caribbean islands, and there you can see our wonderful Soufriere, and down here is Pelée, and they call it the West Indies of France, and that is it right there. And if we zoom in a little bit closer, we can get a look at it, and it hasn't erupted for a little while, so that is pretty awesome though. And I thought it was a nice way to kind of make sure that nobody was going to get it today. And that was pretty cool. And you can see, you see the round shape here? That's the entire volcano. That's pretty huge. And that is a very large volcano. There's other volcanoes over here on Martinique as well. So some decent ones doing their thing, but that is Mount Pelee, and if we zoom out, you get a better idea of where it is. So right there, and that is pretty cool, pretty awesome. Anyway, let's go over to the harmonic tremor charts for Iceland. We want to take a look at those real quick. So let's start out with Fagradalfjall, of course. I'm going to refresh that just to make sure it's completely up to date. There we go, and I'm glad I did, because there were some other quakes and stuff in there. Anyway, we do see some massive spikes, but what we do see here as well is our magmatic is on a downward trend. The same thing with the seismatic, hiding way underneath the tectonic stuff. But we do see kind of an uptick in the tectonic for a while, and it dropped down near the end of the day as well. But the spikes are usually a good indicator. We've got something moving, something making noise down there, and we'll see what kind of quakes we have. I'm going to pop up and take a look at the next one, which was Askja. And Askja, oh my, look at this. We have an upward trend with our magmatic. We have an upward trend with our seismatic. And we've got a dip and an upward trend with our tectonic. And some very large spikes in here. So obviously some quakes in the area, a couple of them right here, right after midnight. And we'll take a look at those once we get to the map. And let's see if we can look at the next ones. I think Grimsey is the next one that is on our list. Grimsey, of course, is the most northern... never mind. Grimsey doesn't have any data. Somebody broke Grimsey. Okay, all that shaking must have done it. Well, I use Grindavik, and Grindavik has also got a problem. Grindavik is a day short. Somebody has got to go. We need somebody from Iceland. Please go over and kick the Grindavik chart, or the Grindavik sensor. It's kaput. Let's not worry about it. And let's go take a look at our next one, and hopefully Krusavik is working, and we can have a look at that one. Grindavik, of course, to the southwest of Fagradalfjall. Krusavik is to the northeast. And yep, Krusavik is working. We do see that same downward trend, but at the end it started moving up for our magmatic, and our roller coaster downward for our seismicity, and definitely a roller coaster for our tectonic movement as well. Only seeing one larger spike in there, so I don't know what the heck is going on, but that is pretty cool. Let's put this back on Fagradalfjall, and we're going to have a look at where is it? We're going to have a look at some of the earthquakes. One more there. Fagradalfjall. There we go. All right, over to the earthquake map real quick. And as you see, there are 58 quakes for the last 24 hours. And I'm not going to go through all of them. We're just going to take a look, a generalized look. Zooming in a little bit, and of course this start point here, there's the capital city of Reykjavik, and the Reykjanes Peninsula, of course, has the Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jardvik. If we slide over, and we see Grindavik down here, and this is the Blue Lagoon, and of course the power plant right beside it. I know this map doesn't show it as blue, but that's okay. And if we go out here onto the rest of the peninsula, we do see down here is where the lighthouse is. That's where that one camera view is usually from. Let's start with this, and we've got a 8.3 kilometers down, 1129 for that guy. Next one's over a bunch of threes and stuff, 0.3s that is. 7.2 kilometers down, 51 minutes after midnight for the 17th, so those are brand new. 51 minutes after midnight for that 0.3 as well, and that is 5.1 kilometer down. This one is a 0.2, 4.1 kilometer down. Also on the 51 minutes after midnight, in the future, my future, your past, depending on where you are. 5.1 clicks down from today at 1647. Close to Grindavik, we had a 0.47, or 74, I mean, and 6.4 kilometers down, 5:32 a.m. for him. And moving over, this is our the outline of our Fragedalfjall area, and we don't see anything right in that area, but this is where Ragnar is, and that's the Siggy Fissure right there. Unfortunately, we're not seeing too much activity there, but we do see some activity over at Kristevik, even though they didn't have that many quakes. And we are seeing from 1:47 a.m. a 0.41, 12.8 clicks down. And then we got a 0.48 up here, 5.2 kilometers down, 13:29 is the time on that. 0.81, 2.6 clicks down, 8:06. From 8:05 we had a 1.54, 5.01 kilometers down. Then we got a whole bunch, and those are, I don't know, nice sizes, but nothing really crazy. 1.35, 6.2 clicks down, 8:06 a.m. Next one here, 9:38 a.m., a 0.71, 6.4 kilometers down, very small 0.1, 0.01. 4.8 kilometers down, 8:09, and this one is a 0.56, 6.5 kilometers down, 9:28. And then we've got this one here, 0.44, 6.2 kilometers down, 8:24. We missed that other one hiding behind there. Let's try that again. There it is, a 0.92, 6.1 kilometers down, 8:05 this morning. And a bunch of the little ones here, a 0.3, 6.6 clicks down, 8:16. And this a 0.96, 6.2 kilometers down, 8:06. The 0.44, 7.1 clicks down from 8:07. The 0.51, 6.8 clicks down, 8:20. Thanks, Kevin, for the 4-minute warning. At 9:41 a.m. we had a 0.27, 7.7 kilometers down from that guy. Moving over a bit, we got some other ones here. 7:30 this morning, a 0.48, 5.9 clicks down, a 0.52, 7.2 kilometers down, 9:09 this morning. 0.21 from 15:20, 4.005 kilometers down. And this is all still within, this is Kristevik right there. This one is a 0.4, and that is 74 meters down. 11:30 is the time on that. And then we got a couple in the lake here, or at least one. 0.7, 6.5 kilometers down, 6:50 a.m. Next one, a 0.09, very small, 5.7 kilometers down from 6:02 a.m. And from 7:11 we had a 0.34, 6.7 kilometers down with a Slurpee. And then we go over here and see a 0.28, 5.2 kilometers down, 10:52. And there we go, a 0.6, 3.5 clicks down, 23:23 is the time on that. Moving over a bit more, 0.2, 4.9 kilometers down, 21:29. Over at Hekla, we have this guy here, and that is a 0.24, 14 kilometers down, a little bit deeper, 11:49 a.m. for him. And this one is a 0.38, 135 meters down, 2:27 this morning. Nothing over at Eyjafjallajökull, but we do have 3 at Katla. And this is one of them, 0.38, 50 meters down. Or is that 500 meters down, 50 meters down, never mind, 50. 12:14 is the time on that. A 0.1, 36 meters down. Oh boy, and that was very small, and that's likely ice movement. 9:39 in the morning. 47 minutes after midnight, 1.1 clicks down, I got to figure out why my brain is not connecting. I'm getting more messages. I dare to look, but anyway, 4.4 clicks down from 2253, and that is kind of almost at Askia, but not quite. We're not seeing anything at Bardabunga or over here at Grimsvatn either, so interesting. And there we've got the reason for all the spikes there at Askia, and there's 1.0, 4.5 clicks down 2036. Right in the middle of the lake at 0.25, 2.8 kilometers down 303 this morning. From 154 this morning, a 0.58, 2.1 clicks down. And next one is a 0.46, 3.5 clicks down. 2:47 is the time on that. Let's just pick out a couple of bigger ones. These seem to be bigger. We'll leave those alone. 6:53 this morning, 1.26, 4 kilometers down. 14:56 we had a 1.19, 3.7 kilometers down. And from 11:46 we had a 0.83, 1.83 that is, from 3.7 kilometers down. When we come back from the break, we're going to take a look at just a couple more of these quakes. We'll start at the head of the bright and go up. There's not that many, so we'll have a look at those. In the meantime, I'm going to put you back over here on this lovely view, and we like that. And of course, that is the southwest vent, or hornito, that is turned into a beautiful little volcano within the crater of Helima-Uma'u, and that is in Kilauea, and that is the big island of Hawaii. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you haven't yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. And for right now, I'm going to go take a break. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and here comes some music. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Keep smiling. And there we go, the microphone is back on. Welcome back everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. We got to get our beta recorders in 1983. Then I used it as a backup recorder when the world went to VHS. Lots of old tapes. Transfer a beta to VHS to DVD to preserve them. And I was just looking at some things there, and I remember when DVDs first came out, they weren't available to real commercial customers yet. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Cananaska's country, and Michael, and I hear you, DrFox2000. Streaming is way better than a tape doc. Okay. The floor has risen by 20 feet in 7 days. Actually, they said that in the last 24 hours, Robert, that the floor came up about a half a meter. So that's about 15, 16 inches, or a foot and a half, just in the last 24 hours. So that is pretty cool. And the volume of magma that we see didn't make it that far. Anyway, I was talking about those DVDs. When DVDs first came in, and most of it was for commercial usage only, for things like voice recorders, etc. They were $79 per DVD for a blank one. 79 bucks Canadian back when they first came out. And I remember that because I had to buy a whole bunch of them, and we used them in telephone system recordings. Yeah, that was for backup recorders for 911 and stuff like that. And it was very, very expensive back in the day. But, you know, like anything, the price dropped to just about nothing. So we know what it's like. And as things got popular, they started disappearing, or, well, not disappearing. They went into commercial, or I guess residential use, if you want to call it that. And they got really cheap really quickly. Same thing as DVDs or CDs. Kind of thing. When CDs first came out, they were outrageously priced, but the price dropped very quickly on them. And now you can get them for 50 cents a piece, kind of thing, for a blank copy. We have so many tapes where we recorded stuff over. Okay, tapes were $10 or $12 each. Yep, beta tapes were cheap relatively, and then of course VHS tapes were super cheap as well. Same thing happened to microwaves. My dad bought one in the 80s. The things were huge, absolutely there, Michael, and I remember that. DVD quality, they supposedly last longer. Well, yeah, they're thicker disc. They've got more layers to them, so that is what allows more data storage, and it's kind of neat. Anyway, we're looking at that wonderful fountain of, I guess we'll call it youth, a fountain of youth, there in the southwest corner of Helma crater. Pretty awesome. Anyway, we were going to do the rest of the earthquakes there in Iceland. Let's get over there and do that real quick. We did get up to the stuff at Askja, so let's do the ones at Herdebreit. And they're really, really small. We got 0.1s. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on 3.9 clicks down, 1858, 1835, 6.4 clicks down. a 0.3, 4.9 clicks down 2013, and we got a 0.35, 4.2 clicks down 703, and a 1 in magnitude. That's the biggest one out of the group, 2 kilometers down 1630 for that. Moving up a little bit, we do see some other quakes. I'm not going to bother with the really small ones. 1.32 is the magnitude, 2.8 clicks down, 1130 was the time on that. Then we got a 1.4, 1.1 clicks down, 2133, and a 0.6 over here at 5.3 kilometers down from 1925. And then we've got a 1.75, 11.2 clicks down, 1501. 1 in magnitude, 5.4 clicks down, and 12 minutes after 1700 or 5 p.m. And this one here is a 0.8, 1.1 kilometer down, and that is 1850. So that's what we've got there for quakes in Iceland. Oh, we got a stray up top here. Let's look at it. It's 2.3, 10 kilometers down from 1323. I almost missed him, but he's up there and way up on the chart. All right, let's leave that there while we're looking at earthquakes. Going to the Azores real quick, we do have 3 quakes there. I'm not going to worry about the maps. We do have one there on São Jorge or São Jorge in Portuguese, and that is a 2.08 kilometers down from 1707. And Terceira has had a couple or 3. I think there's 3 there, if I recall. 22 hours ago, 2.0, and that is surface quake from 2:18 a.m. And there's another one from 2:21 a.m., a surface quake as well, 2.0. And the other one around that same time frame, 2.1. From 2:18 this morning, surface quake as well. So that's it for the Azores. I'm not going to worry about them so much. Going to zoom that back out a little bit so we can see the entirety of where that is. And there you can see the Canary Islands down on the bottom. There's Portugal, Spain, France, England, Ireland, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, Nova Scotia over here. And Sue waving at us from there, saying, hey, don't forget me. All right. My first microwave was bought in 1995. It just died last year. Not a fan of a new one. Doesn't have as many features on it. Oh, I'm not, well, I use a microwave quite often. Being a single guy, it's pretty quick to cook. So that's not bad, but I still like, the stuff on the stove, really. It makes it a little bit easier. Yep, let's take a look at, while we're on this page, we'll do this one backwards. We'll take a look at what we've seen early this morning in Chile. And, of course, the first one there is Lascar. And the sunrise, you can see it hitting the volcano. Not seeing any discernible output other than the occasional puff out of there. So not a heck of a lot happening. And Laguna del Mole still full of snow as the sun came up. So that is what we've seen then. And of course the star of the show, and well, of this particular shot anyway, that is Villarrica. And Villarrica in the early morning hours this morning looks pretty awesome. And you can see those stars zipping by as they do their little dance. And you can see quite a bit of off-gassing. So likely a bunch of SO2. And of course in that earlier shot, you can see that lava glowing in the crater. So pretty awesome. Not seeing anything at Rincon del Vieja. This, of course, was earlier from Messiah Volcano, 7 a.m. And you can see fairly far down into the caldera, and we see a nice lava arc down on the bottom. I'm going to refresh this one just to see what it looks like right now. and it certainly is glowing. So definitely more action at Messiah Volcano than recently. Not sure if this guy's back on. We did see that they shut their stream off. Oh, they are streaming. And there we go. And the Volcano Gray. Why does that not surprise me? 6, 7, 8 hours ago, 9 hours ago, we do see it. Here, where is it? There it is. That is from 9:11 a.m. Unfortunately, we're not seeing anything come out other than a little wisp of gases during that time, but that was hit and miss with those darn clouds again. So if we go back a little bit further, though, we can see a little bit of activity. This was at 8:03 a.m. and that is a Fuego, of course, in Guatemala, and that didn't look too bad. And if we go back even further, we do see more of that ash material coming out there, 7:53 a.m. Let's make that one smaller. We'll go over to the next one called Popocatépetl. You might have heard of that. Popo has been puffing all day long, and that's the story, and I'm going to stick to it, right? So anyway, there we go. You can see Popo doing its thing. That was at 4:30 this afternoon their time, and it doesn't really matter where we go. We seen it was continuing to work. This one doesn't show quite as much material coming out. It's got some other clouds beside it, but earlier we did see more ejecta coming, and sometimes it goes really white with the stuff coming out of there, so just gas in general. So Popo has bad gas. Anyway, this is about as far back as we're going to go, 7:38, and you can see more of that very, very clean looking gas. This is back to our current view. So pretty awesome. Let's go through some of the other ones here. This one is, where are we here? Oh, I see we're in the wrong screen. Let me find that one, and we'll start over there. That is a Merapi. And Merapi, of course, oh, hang on, let me fix this. Fix it. Come on, fix it, mister. Did it not click? There we go. There's Merapi. Let's see if Merapi had some lava. Earlier in the morning, we seen kind of the golden colors, but didn't see any lava pouring. But if we go to about here, there's some material coming down. If you're looking in that black and white cam, you can see how much actually did come down. I want to see if we can find the start of that little eruption. That would be right around here. That's pretty awesome to see that bacon flowing, and there it is, just on that single screen. So looking not so bad, and we like that. A little bit of bacon, not vegetable oil. My dad used bacon grease. Popcorn in a pan with a vegetable oil. Yeah, that works. Why not? It works. The popper is always good. Let's see. Did we have a bunch more? Yeah, we did. There was a bunch of little shots coming out as well. You know, when we look at this, it looks nice. And let's go back to the other shot here. You can see in the night mode of the other camera here, a pretty heavy duty shot there, and you can also see it rolling down the hill on this shot. So pretty awesome to see some of that. Bacon, yay! I'm not a popcorn fan. Sue, I'm not either. Prefer chips and snacks. You know, I don't even do chips that much. I will do cheese puffs once in a while, but not my favorite kind of thing to munch on. Although I don't mind having the occasional, one of those chips with certain dips that you can get. Those triangular ones. What the heck they call them? I don't mind them once in a while, and some kind of salsa or sauce of some sort that you dip in taco chips or something. Anyway, Doritos, yep, them's the ones. We do those once in a while. Not that often. Anyway, there you can see they had switched the cameras around a little bit, or we're in black and white mode because of it being too dark. And if we go back, we can see some more of that. This is 55 minutes after midnight their time, so pretty awesome. And I think I will say that, yep, Merapi did make us happy to a degree. That one was a big one. I wish they would have zoomed in on it. Unfortunately, they didn't, but that is pretty good. And let's see. Yeah, that's about it. I'm going to make that one smaller. We're going to carry on to our next volcano. And that, of course, is some funky looking clouds. Wow. This is, of course, Mount Ruapehu. And I can't see it too well because of these strangely looking clouds. Let's see what this one looks like. Yep. You can see the mountain is covered in all kinds of neat clouds. Do we see it even at the dawn? No, we don't see much of it. You can see it there. Covered up, so we're not able to see most of it. Lots of big fat clouds. I guess we have clouds happening there in our wonderful New Zealand. They are no longer cloud free like they were for a couple of days. So anyway, that is about it for Mount Ruapehu. I think this might be better. Yep, you can actually see it off in the distance as the sun was rising. And there it is, Mount Ruapehu. Not a close-up, but still we get to see it. Anyway, we'll make that one smaller, and we'll go to our next one. I'm going to refresh that real quick. This is our charts for looking at Taupo. And we see that after that quake yesterday, it was fairly quiet and did raise up a little bit. And we see another small quake in there. I'm not sure what that's all about, but we'll carry on. And looking at that one, that quake was just as small on this chart. This is a little bit further to the north, and that is kind of what we got there. That other spike looked bigger on this one, so pretty awesome. That I think was from that 7.3, and I did get that 5-minute warning there, Sue, so all good, thank you. Quick peek at Taupo, and we'll make that bigger so you can see what it looks like. And we'll flip it to, nope, not that one, how about this one? And there you can see the lake, of course, is the caldera for Taupo. Our wonderful Mount Ruapehu is in the background, hiding behind this other mountain. And that is what we're seeing today. So, Booths Transport. They're bringing fleas in for tomorrow's flea market. That's what they're doing. I knew it. Fleas. Anyway, this lovely shot, courtesy of a Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo. Nice place if you want to go stay there. I've never been there, but that's okay. And let's put it back there so I can find it in the future and leave it like that. Next one, real quick. Uh-oh, a Semaru. What happened to my Semaru? Somebody turned off the stream. I hate when they do that. Let's see if we can revise it or refresh it. No, a Semaru no longer live. They did have that up and running, but yep, streamed an hour ago. Let's see if we can see something there. The dog is getting his biscuits or something. I want to get rid of that. Grammarly, incorrect grammar is not good for you. Okay, there we go. Anyway, a couple little spots going down, and let's see if we go forward on that. I see why they quit their stream. It got really foggy and cloudy, and that's kind of the view there. And then it cleared up a little bit again later on in the evening, or well, just after midnight their time, and you can see some of that wonderful stuff coming down the hill. And then it got cloudy again, so not much to see. And I think then the clouds dissipated a little bit, and we've seen that, so not that bad. And really nothing too crazy going on there. So let's leave that one be. I'm going to make that one smaller. Let's go over and see if we happen to have a live here from Lava TV. And I don't think he's live right now. Nope, definitely not. This was streamed about 4 hours ago. And you can see these zooming in on our wonderful Mayon. And let's see if we can see something happening there. The weather wasn't cooperating that well with him, so a poor visibility, but hey, it is what it is. Oh, I should make that bigger so we can see it. And there we go. So a Mayon kind of doing that. We did have a picture of what it looked like early in the morning though, and just like what we had yesterday. This is just a still shot that we grabbed from him as he was setting up in the morning, or sorry, in the evening, my bad, in the evening. And you can see it. It looks pretty cool. Anyway, we'll leave that be. And I think that's about it for Mayon, other than the report. So we do have this, and this was a little closer up. Mayon volcano, Luzon Island in the Philippines erupted. Eruption continues with lava flow from the summit event. And if we click on that, you can see that is a beautiful shot. That's a little bit closer, and a nice highway they got there that you could sit on and just take a look at. That wonderful volcano. I like that. That looks nice. And it is a time for a break, so we'll work on that in a bit. Phoenix clouds resulting from pyroclastic flows at Mayon volcano, and that is pretty cool. It doesn't say what date it is, but that is pretty awesome to see that coming down the hill. And there's another shot, and this is another one. Phoenix clouds resulting from pyroclastic flows at Mayon is what it's entitled, and you can definitely see those. Very nice. And mostly employees of UN. Okay, this is, oh, that's Goma. That's a completely different scenario. We'll leave that be. Wanted to see if Taal was on, so let's just check real quick. And yep, a Taal volcano. Right after the commercials, we will see that. And let's see, click. There we go. Just so we can have a quick peek at it, and then we'll put you back over to Hawaii while I take my break. And why is that not loading? Let's refresh that. For some reason that did not work. Okay, still not working. Let's go back here and click on it one more time and see if it'll come up. Huh, it doesn't want to come up. Okay, well, I guess we don't get to see Taal. Taal is short. People are crying over here. Okay, let's leave that be, and we'll leave it on Semaru for right now. We'll hide that, and we will go back to Hawaii. And of course, that is our wonderful puka, as they call it in Hawaiian, and that is the southwest vent there in Helemaumau crater in Kilauea, and that is on the big island of Hawaii. Okay, I'm going to go take a break. Don't go away. Keep smiling. and we're going to be back in about 5, 6, or 7 minutes, and we'll carry on with the stream. And we've got a few more volcanoes we do want to cover, so don't go away, and we'll see what some of these other ones are going to bring to us. And anyway, hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in a few minutes, so don't go away. Thanks. the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. It's time to wake up. I was a WOL for a bit. All right. Thanks, Sue, for the welcome back. And I think I put lots and lots of people to sleep with my melodious voice. And thanks, Michael in Kananaskis country. And C and D Boy throwing up a thumbs up. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, from Sharon Stewart. We need our siesta time. I'd like a siesta too. Can I have one, Sharon? That would be really nice. I like siestas. And I'm looking forward to sleeping in tomorrow morning. I really am. It's going to be nice. It'll be really fun, I think. Well, at least I hope so. Anyway, we are still watching what sleep in is the best. Yep, sleeping in. And, tomorrow, of course, other than going, I do need to buy a couple things at the grocery store. And I can sleep in. I do need to get some fresh bread, that kind of thing. But and work on my solar project. Oh, Michael, cool. Just as the sun comes up, huh? That'll be all right. Anyway, a lovely lava. I just love that. That is so hypnotic, and if they kept it there all the time, it would be just absolutely awesome to be able to watch that. I would fall asleep watching this, definitely. And that is a beautiful lava flowing out of there. And I'm surprised it isn't taking breaks or nothing like that. It seems to be pretty steady as the flow goes. So pretty cool, pretty awesome, and we love it. Anyway, I'm trying to keep that going for a little bit while I ponder my next move. And the next move will likely be going over to some other wonderful volcanoes. I'm going to put that on my Roku in the room and fall asleep to it. Yeah, you could do that. Definitely watch it for a little while, and certainly it will put you to sleep. It is actually very hypnotic to watch a volcano and the lava flow. So it's worthy of having a peek anyway at it. And I like that. I think maybe what I'll do is spend a little bit of time here trying to capture just the time that they shoot the close-up like this for tonight. Because of the amount of flow. So I think that might be a worthwhile video. And, just as something as a canned lava filler rather than making it into any kind of a time lapse or anything like that. I used to watch a Siggy like that. Yep. And that was awesome too. And I wish I would have recorded a lot more back then, and that would have been cool too with Siggy. Well, I did get some stuff. Reminds me of a champagne and pyramid. Yep, pretty awesome. Anyway, while that is zoomed out, let's go and get into trouble elsewhere. And we are going to go over to this place. It's called Sicily. You might have heard of it. There's a volcano there, and they call it Mount Etna. Let's back that up a little bit. We'll see if we can see what it looks like. 5:44 p.m. There in Sicily, and you can see a bunch of those cloudy things, but you could also see some off-gassing up at the top here on this vent, and possibly some right here at this one. I just want to move that ahead a little bit more, see if we see anything clearer, and that might be better there. Well, not really. About the same. Let's see what we see there. Interesting cloud patterns. Love the way that is just moving upward. But we can definitely see the output up top here. Unfortunately, this one is so covered up with cloud we don't see it. If we go back a little bit more, well, or forward I should say. How about right here, right at dusk? And there you can see what's coming off of the top of our wonderful Mount Etna. Not seeing very much here. There's a little bit coming out of this vent over here. And of course the southeast vent, you can see that plume coming up behind it here. That's from our southeast vent. So pretty cool. And that's not this stuff up here, but that stuff down there. Alright, so that's what our wonderful Etna is doing. Haven't seen too much other activity. This goes a little further back, or later into the evening I should say. That's just about 9 p.m. there, 2100 roughly. And we see that. It's not bad. We do have another report though that we want to get through. And this one is Piton de la Formes in Reunion Island. Volcanic seismic unrest. And here we've got our chart from June 11th, 12th, and then onward. We are seeing a large increase. So it says since June 10th, seismic recordings of the observatory volcano, whatever, du Piton de la Formes, or OVPV for short, or PF I should say, registered an increase in seismic activity beneath the volcano. 57 volcano-tectonic low amplitude, less than 1 earthquakes have been localized at depths between 1.5 and 2 kilometers under the Dolomir crater, Dolomir crater. There we go. Resurgence of the seismic activity follows off the pressurization of the magma within the magma reservoir and signals it's resuming. This process may take several days to weeks until the pressure within the chamber is significant enough to trigger magma intrusions into the dike. Opposite sign of elevated activity may cease. Okay, so that is not bad, and we like that. There's your chart, and looks not bad. Thank you, Sue, for sending that one in. So pretty cool. Did want to look real quick at the other thing here, and we're not seeing a chart. Let's try that again. There we go. And this is Mount Etna, and I'm liking what I'm seeing there. That line, kind of our eruptive line, and it is getting right up there. So definitely worthy of keeping an eye on Mount Etna, and hopefully in the near future we'll see that line spiking up way over top of that line, and really doing some awesome stuff. Let's put it back here. I'm actually going to put that back to live, and we'll make that guy smaller, and we'll carry on with other volcanoes. So hang on, I just want to see what else I had there. We do want to go over to Japan. That's where I want to head next. So let's do that. Japan, where are you? I seen you here somewhere. Is that Japan? Yep, that is Japan, right there. Ice cream boat is in. You can get your ice cream while the ice cream boat is there. And in the background, we obviously have our wonderful Sakurajima, and it is there doing its thing. We take a look at the closer up view, And as mentioned earlier here, it's that smaller vent that reactivated not too long ago that is doing a lot of the output and activity. So pretty cool to see that, and I like it. What's wrong with my hamster? My hamster doesn't want to twirl when I twirl him. There we go. I think he was tired or something. Sleepy hamster. I grab him by the tail and shake him a little bit, but he's not got a tail. Anyway, that is what we're seeing there. Unfortunately, we can't go back because they have turned this off. And there is the close-up view of the crater, and you can see it off-gassing over here on the right-hand side. Nothing too crazy, but it is there, so that is all cool. And we'll make that one smaller, and the next one a little bit smaller as well, so we don't burn so much horsepower. And like I said, the ice cream boat is there. It's docked, it's doing its thing. Get your ice cream while you have the chance. This one not showing the right volcano. Let's go over here. And this is ASO, and ASO is off-gassing. Not really doing a fantastic job there, but it is off-gassing a little bit. And we can see that right there, so not bad. If we go back a little bit earlier in the day, it was doing its same thing. So pretty normal for the time being, and we'll leave that guy be. Put him back on live. Next one is Osama. Osama, of course, is continuing to off-gas. Hard to see that, but you can see it's actually a fair large amount. If we go back about an hour or almost an hour, you can see some of that larger puffy cloud come out of there. If we go back a little further, we can just see lighter wisps of gas once again. And I'm just trying to get back a little bit further in time here, see if we see more of it in the morning hours. 4:29 a.m. Hard to see anything there. The gray background certainly doesn't help us much. And there is the stars, and we're not seeing anything there. So that is pretty normal, I guess, for what we've got. Let's put him back on live, and we'll make that guy small too. We do have a report from what is it? Nishinoshima volcano, and that is one of the Japanese ones out on the island. There is the photo. Looks pretty good, and degas and water vapor emissions from Nishinoshima volcano on June 14th is when that happened. So pretty awesome, pretty interesting. It's kind of interesting too to see the very brownish water around it. That's kind of weird, but yep, that's what it was doing. And let's see, there's a satellite image giving you a better idea of what it looked like from the top down. That image though from June 10th. So Dennis Ray, Dr. Fox needs a volcano pointer icon. A volcano pointer icon. Well, if somebody can make one, we can definitely look into using it. And there we go. Some interesting shots. That would have been a heck of an eruption, hey? You can see the pyroclastic material being ejected. Wow, lots of pressure. It doesn't say what volcano that was, though. It says erupting jets of ash, drawing thick fingers of ash. Okay, and that is Tom Pfeiffer was the photographer for that one. And ooh, look, it's a twister, a water spout off in the distance here. And that is pretty cool. That's also Tom Pfeiffer who took that picture. a large waterfall spout was formed in the storm front. We have a little time before it will really get wet and windy. All right, so that is cool. And back to the original, so pretty awesome. Let's leave that guy be. We're gonna go look. I guess we'll go look at this one more time. Ice cream boat's still in, so you still have a chance to get your ice cream. And let's while we're doing that, actually we're gonna go back to here. I like that. I should take a picture of that. Anyway, I'm gonna go do the volcano report in a second. Actually, no, I'm gonna take a break is what I'm going to do. I'll leave it here for right now. I'm going to go take a break, and when we come back from the break, we will do the volcano report then. And then we will take a look at our earthquakes after that, and start into our SO2 report, and take a quick peek at the weather. So we've got about an hour to do all that, and then I got to get off of here because I'm hungry. Don't buffer. Stop buffering there, Sue. And the output isn't too bad here as far as bit rate, so I'm not sure what the issue is. Anyway, for those good people who have not yet hit the like button, consider hitting the like. That'd be awesome. Also, if you're new and you're sitting on the sidelines peeking in, please do consider subscribing. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. Man, it's windy outside here. It's just a howling, and I'm wondering if that's what's causing the bit rates to jump up and down a little bit. I have been noticing that, and I'm wondering if that is what's going on. Yeah, that is likely the cause. It's probably their satellite dish bouncing around or something like that. We'll see what happens. Yeah, 7-mile-per-hour winds? No, that's way bad. Thank you for the welcome backs, Cananaskis country, and I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. And Sue is buffering again, so hopefully the buffering will stop and Sue will see me, or see the volcano, or something. Hopefully it will fix itself. So thank you, Sue, and hopefully it'll stabilize a little bit for you there. I see the bit rate jumping up every once in a while, and I think it's because of the wind. Stormy conditions here for some reason. Very, very windy. And the weatherman is wrong. It's not 7 miles per hour. It's more like 17. And a lot quicker there as far as everything else is concerned. We've been getting some real heavy wind gusts here. I've been watching the trees bend over and things. So hopefully everything will be okay. Anyway, that is our wonderful Helma Umau crater doing its thing, so all good. And hopefully everyone is enjoying that. It's a beautiful view, and you gotta love it. Anyway, let's carry on with the volcano report, and that is what we wanted to pop in next. And there we go. I'm going to go through it. And I'm going to try to take it easy today. Thursday's late activity, 6 volcanoes on the list. We have Fuego in Guatemala, light volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet or 4,900 meters at 16:30. Suwanoshi Jima in Japan erupted to 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters, reported at 1945. Popocatépetl in central Mexico, continuous stream of light volcanic ash seen in the satellite imagery, and went to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters, and that was reported at 21:30. Semeru, East Java in Indonesia, volcanic ash to 13,000 feet or 4,000 meters, reported at 23:15. And then Mayon and Luzon Island in the Philippines erupted to 9,000 feet or 2,700 meters, reported at 23:15. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, volcanic ash reported to 23,000 feet. And for Friday's activity today, we have 10 on the list. And we'll go through those. Intermittent, Sabancaya in Peru. Intermittent of emissions to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters, reported at 1:30 and at 7:30 a.m. And then intermittent emissions to 26,000 feet or 7,900 meters, reported at 1,300. Popocatépetl in central Mexico, constant volcanic ash emissions to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters, reported at 3:30 a.m. Nishinoshima, Pacific Ocean, and that is Japan. See the separate email we did already. We had a look at that. Came in at 3:44 a.m. Sakurajima in Japan erupted to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 5:30 in the morning. Suwanoshi-jima in Japan as well erupted to 5,000 feet or 1,500 meters, reported at 5:45 a.m. And then again to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 13:50. Mayon on the Luzon Island in the Philippines erupted to 9,000 feet or 2,700 meters, reported at 6 a.m. And we have that other report from 7:41 a.m. Piton de la Formes or La Reunion, and we had that report 6:59 a.m. And we also seen the extra report from Kilauea from 7:17 this morning. Next one on the list is Luautulak and Lesser Sunda Island, Indonesia. Discrete volcanic ash emissions to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 8:45 this morning. And the last one on the list is Fuego in Guatemala. Discrete volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 10 a.m. And that is our volcano report for today. Thank you, Sue, for sending that in. That is awesome, as usual, and well done. And let's see, where do we want to go next? Well, we can have a look at a few earthquakes, and then we will take a look at some SO2, as well as some weather, whether we like it or not. I'm going to do a short weather again today, so that's okay. Looking at this, hey, that is not an earthquake map. What happened there? Oh, that's our secret volcano location. I just gotta find that map. Where is it? There it is. No, that's not the right map. I'm on the wrong one. Well, I'll try that one. Okay, let's zoom that out actually first. Then I can see where we're at. There's our wonderful volcanoes around the world. And we will go over to the earthquakes, so that's what we want to take a look at. I'm going to skip a bunch of earthquakes here, so, if it's too small, we're not going to deal with it. Anyway, we've got nothing new on the Kamchatka Peninsula, some small tremor activity there in the Aleutian Islands. We see this one's a little bit bigger, 4.6, Chimnik, Alaska area, and that's from 1:04 a.m., 9.5 kilometers down. And we'll carry on here. We see this one, 4.2, and that is in what do they call it? The border region. I'm not even going to try that name, but that came in at 2314, 103.9 kilometers down in Mexico, of course. So you can get a pretty good idea where that is. And there's the mountains. There's where it is in the lowlands. So pretty cool. And we did have more activity there, and I guess looks like Dominican Republic, lots of stuff on, what is that, Puerto Rico? What the heck is Puerto Rico called? It's Puerto Rico, never mind. How about this one here, 4.2, Chile, 1748, and that's actually today's, 31.3 kilometers down. And this one here in Argentina, 4.7 from 6:58 a.m. and that is 181 kilometers down. We have one more in the Chilean area, and that is that guy right there, 4.4, 3:07 a.m., 14 kilometers down. Sliding down, we don't see anything down in the South Sandwich Islands, and nothing in the Pacific area till we get over here. And I'm surprised we're not seeing anything more from this area. It looks like most of that activity has moved to the north on the Kermadec Ridge. There are a few quakes. That is the bigger one, 6.2, and that is in Tonga. 6.2 from 1310, 20 kilometers, 20.5 kilometers down. Another one just about right in the same spot, 5.7 from 4:45 a.m. at 10 kilometers down. And he had a friend here, 4.5 from 548, and a few other ones, 5.5 there from 1430, 13 kilometers down, 13.6. 4.9 from 2:51 a.m., 9.1 kilometer down, and a 6.0 from 2:11 a.m., and that was 22 kilometers down. A couple more little ones under there, 4.8 from 4:18, 35 clicks down, and this guy another 4.8. They call that Fiji, and that's from 12:11, 10.4 kilometers down. Another one over here, also Fiji territory, 4.8, 11:32 was the time on it, at 541.6 kilometers in depth. Going over a little bit more, 4.9, Papua New Guinea, 11:43, 35 clicks down. Another one, Papua New Guinea, 4.5. From 2039 yesterday, 177.9 kilometers down. Then we've got this one, Banda Sea, happened today at 5:14 a.m., 4.4, 165.9 kilometers down. This one is, what is it, Flores region, Indonesia, 4.5, 3:06 in the morning, and 207.3 kilometers down. Not seeing anything else there. It looks like this one is in Bangladesh, 5.0, and that's yesterday's at 22:46, 10 kilometers down. Next one is this one, 4.8, and that is from 12:56 today, and that is from 41.4 kilometers down. And our Japanese islands here look like Bowen Island area got a little one, 4.1, 13:43 is the time on it, 411 kilometers down, quite deep for right there. And right in Tokyo, very close, 4.4, 6:14 a.m., 71 kilometers down. And the other one, the 4.9 for 6:24 a.m., 44.2 kilometers down. And this one out here at 5.6 in magnitude, 18:26 was the time, and 49.5 kilometers down for him. Next one, of course, is there. We got that in Bangladesh earlier, I guess, so we don't need to talk about it again. This one, Uzbekistan, and it's a 4.4, 17:02 our time, and that is 10 kilometers down. We do see another one here in the Gulf of Aden, 4.7, 19:55 was the time on it, 10 clicks down as well. We do have another one here. Is that Iran? No, that's actually in Turkey already. 4.2, 3:54 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that 4.2. And an odd place there, and I wonder how close that is to Nantes, but that is it right there, 4.8, 10.3 kilometers, 5 kilometers down, 10:38 a.m. our time. And I just want to see where that is in relation to Nantes. There's a Nantes there, so it's a little ways away, but it's odd to see that there in France. We don't get a lot of quakes there. Interesting nonetheless, so that is pretty cool. And we do want to go and just have a peek here in Hawaii, see if there's anything new shaking, and we're not going to spend a lot of time here. Look at that, no quakes right around Kilauea. That is weird. Okay, and we have a 1.8 there from 1646, and that is on the side of, well, that's actually a Mauna Loa's hillside. And this is, I think, the valley area here. And then that was 5.5 kilometers below sea level. This one is 2.3, 5:43 a.m. 30.4 clicks down. This one is from 2.1, 11:31 a.m. and 34.8 kilometers down for him. Then we've got another 1.9 there from 2:52 a.m. 34.5 kilometers down, and the latest one, a 2.1 from 2018, and that is 34.5 kilometers down below sea level. So, oh, we got two more out in the water here. 2.3, and let's see, that is Luihi Seamount is out here. So these are kind of in an odd place. 2.3, 2:33 a.m., 34.1 clicks down, and another 2.3 from 2:33 a.m., 14.8 kilometers down for that one. So that's a Hawaiian stuff, so it gives you a pretty good idea what's happening around the world. Nothing really crazy or major. I did want to look at this one here, a little guy, 2.1, and that is 4 kilometers north of West Canton, North Carolina. Wow. What about this one here? That is a 2.0, and that is 4 kilometers southwest of Powhatan, Arkansas. That's interesting to see that in there. That is that New Madrid area. So always interested in watching what is going on there. And we'll leave that be. We'll take a look at the time. We got enough time to do SO2. Not going to get too in depth with it. And where is my SO2 map? I have it here somewhere. Going to refresh that real quick. And I was looking at stuff this morning, and I should have maybe not refreshed it just yet. This plume, I wanted to kind of mention, and that was over here earlier. And of course, all those quakes that we were getting from the Kermadec Ridge, that's what caused that particular plume. And I'm thinking that we must have had something going on there. This other odd plume, and that of course is coming from the Easter Island area. So that is what we've got. So both of them are explained, and they are both from underwater or submarine volcanoes, which is pretty wild. Looking at the Kamchatka Peninsula, pretty normal there with what we're seeing from our various volcanoes up there. I'm not going to get into too much detail. Normal stuff in Alaska. Looks pretty clear up north for Canada, and actually it looks like a lot of those fires are being put out as well with all that rain we've gotten, and looks like a cleaner air. And going over to Quebec area, we are still seeing some SO2 from the fires in that area. Looks like Nova Scotia not bad, except for out here by Sydney, and I don't know if they got sued. Is there a fire out there around Sydney somewhere? Because that is kind of an odd place to see that. I'm just curious, and hopefully a Sue is there. Yeah. Thank you for bringing up the map, by the way. So yeah, just a silly question. You don't know? Okay, no worries. No worries, nobody said you had to, so. And most of the U.S. is okay, but we are seeing the stuff from Popocatépetl kind of swirl around, and it is coming up higher into a little bit of Arkansas, New Mexico, and of course through Texas, and even getting into Oklahoma a bit, so and Louisiana, so it makes you wonder. But that is a fair amount of SO2, and you can see that plume is all the way out. Central America, we do see kind of a pretty normal stuff, and most of that coming into the Pacific Ocean. That is pretty good. And the Sabancaya here doing some of its wonder, and I'm wondering if that is actually some stuff going down here, looking at the way this plume is. They must be getting some rain in here because it looks like some of that is getting washed out. Lower area here bringing a lot across as well, and it looks like fairly high levels from Buenos Aires, and then most of Uruguay and the southern end of Brazil is getting a little bit of extra with it going into the Atlantic Ocean. Pretty, I guess we'll call it a little above average there for the Rio de Janeiro area, but nothing too crazy. Michael volcano over here in the South Sandwich Islands definitely continuing his business. And that is White Isle Volcano. Looks like they've got another system sitting there twirling around, likely keeping that SO2 at bay and getting it washed out of the air. And up here in Tofua and Tonga, that's what that is. Yasur, not that much output today. And Aoba and Gawa is still working away in the other parts of Vanuatu. Not too much there for the stormy stuff coming off of the coking plants in Sydney, or north of Sydney, northwest. Pretty normal for what we see there in Papua New Guinea, and Luotaluk there, Semeru there, Merapi here, and Krakatau over here in this area, but Jakarta is helping. So those are, again, Semeru, Merapi, and Krakatau, and of course Jakarta. Sliding over, Ibu and Dakono continuing to do their wonder. Not so much coming from Mayon and Bulusan over here, but we do see quite a plume going up from the populated areas there in the Philippines. And moving up a little bit, we see in Japan, Suwanoshijima put out some of that. And then, of course, most of this red plume is from Sakurajima. You can see it right there. And then we go up and we see another very heavy and red plume around Aso. So that's what's happening there. And looking at the Tokyo area, we know there's a little bit of gas coming from Asama, but nothing really crazy. Rest of Japan, or sorry, rest of China and that area and Russia, pretty normal for what we see there. Same thing goes for India. The eastern side definitely a little heavier. And gold smelting plants down here in South Africa. And our wonderful Goma 1 and 2 there in the Democratic Republic of the Congo doing their thing. Not seeing too much of Erta because of this coming across from the oil refineries, and that's really been decimated there. So as far as the wind action, typically they're a little bit more solidified, but those heavier areas are oil refineries in Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Iran over there. And not sure why we're seeing higher levels just north of Cairo, but that's okay. And Mount Etna throwing out of that stuff. Volcano, of course, helping a little bit. Same with our other one, and that would be our wonderful Volcano. Yeah, that's it, Volcano. Anyway, a little bit of SO2 there in England and Scotland, and even in Wales, and portions of Germany and Luxembourg, and what's that? Brussels, Belgium. That's it. I knew it was there, and the rest looks not so bad. Nothing coming from Iceland. It is time for me to take another break, so let's go and do that. We'll leave it on here for the break time, and you can watch that lovely lava spewing out of our wonderful, puka. Or is it puka? Yeah. The hole, the vent. the Hornito. And on that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to go. Oh, it started raining here. I didn't even look out there. It's raining. Okay, a good thing the bunny food's in the shelter. All right, I'm going to be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Then we'll have a look at our wonderful weather and precipitation and find the cold spot. But we're going to keep those fairly short. So don't go away. More to come. And we'll throw some music on for you in a second. For those good people who have not yet hit the like button, give it a quick bop if you can. Also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet and you're enjoying the show, by all means, give that subscribe button a quick bop. Don't forget about the bell notification. Hit that too so you know when we're on. On that note, I will be back. Don't go away. More to come. And the microphone is back on. Yeah, we're not going to do much on that weather today. We will find the hottest temperatures and the coldest temperatures on the planet. Thanks, Sue, for the welcome back. Noble sentiments that I second Canada's country. And Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, DrFox2000. And thank you for the welcome back there as well from Canada's country. And yeah, I'm getting awful tired. Like I say, it was a pretty long day today, so a lot of running around for me. And we'll go through the weather really quickly today. So we'll look at the weather map. I like that other stuff though. I like lava. I prefer lava maps. Anyway, let's have a peek and just see. Really warm up in Alaska, up to 22, 23 degrees in some places. Even up here in the Yukon, still holding at 21, 22 in some spots. Really nice in Northwest Territories, especially the Mackenzie River area, doing really warm. Pretty awesome to see. We see British Columbia is actually colder than what it is up north. And hopefully that cold will pass quickly and we'll get warmer air in there once again. Anyway, looking at what we got here, Vancouver coming in about 17, 18. The Rock, about 18 there for Bob. Edmonton sitting at about 17 right now. Calgary about 16. Kananaskis country down there in Swift Current is sitting at about 19. Warmer than here. Ay, ay, ay. And Winterpeg about 16, and about the same for our wonderful Judy M out there. And looking at the lakes here, Toronto 15, London 13, Detroit 15, 16, Chicago coming in at about 13, Milwaukee about 15. And hopefully it'll warm up for them a little bit. Montreal 17, Quebec 12, and we are seeing up to about 16 there in New Brunswick. And Halifax, not that warm, darn it, about 12 degrees. Cole Harbour about 11. Yep, very close. A lot cooler out there in Newfoundland, and then of course very cold up in the northern portions of Labrador. I'm pleased to see, though, that we are seeing warmer weather in Quebec along the Hudson's Bay. And let's work our way down this side first. Boston 19, New York 18, Grandma B's house coming in at about 22 degrees or 72 or so degrees. 24 there in Charlotte, North Carolina, Atlanta 24, and we'll look at Miami 28, 29 down there, Orlando about 25, Jacksonville 24. Moving over a bit more, we see New Orleans 28, Houston 28, Dallas 27, Austin getting up to 31, and 31 there in San Antonio as well. Looking at some of those high temperatures in there, 36 degrees or thereabouts. Oklahoma City coming in about 25. And, hang on now, ouch. I'm hurting myself. I don't want to hurt myself. Why am I hurting myself? Don't do that. Okay, Albuquerque 23. Tucson 30, 31. Phoenix coming in about 32 degrees. And that is all right there. Mexicali 33. Death Valley coming in about 36, 37 degrees. And that we see up to 38 there. And that's okay. LA about 18, and that is not that bad. San Jose is 18, San Francisco 13. We're looking at about 16 on the other side. Sacramento coming in at about 24 degrees. Redding is sitting at 32. Wow. And Portland up here at 21. Eugene about 25. So not that bad temps for those guys. But I'm really not seeing anything really super hot. And we see 36 seems to be about the highest temperature so far. Mexico City coming in at about 22, 23, and we see about 36 degree temps there in the hot spots as well. Actually about the same there for the stuff around the Yucatan. In the jungle stuff, jungle area, 28 in Cancun. Where's my Acapulco? There it is, 30, 31 degrees in Acapulco. Probably be a good night to go wandering on the beach there and watch the wonderful glowing algae come in. Central America looks pretty good, and we are seeing up to about 30 degrees there still in Colombia, and about 30, 28, 29, 30-ish, that kind of thing in the lowlands there in Venezuela. The other areas a little bit cooler with, of course, the higher elevations are going to be colder, but 23, 24 for the most part. Jungle areas, not bad. Still seeing some of that cold pushing up, but it's better than what we've seen yesterday. That front was way up here, so it's regaining a little bit of a warmth, and we do see Bolivia's got some cold temperatures, as well as Argentina, and Argentina really cold down on the bottom here. Let's see, Paysandú coming in at about 11 degrees, Buenos Aires about 10 degrees, and going back up here, Rio de Janeiro sitting at 21, Sao Paulo about 11, so big difference there. Leaving that be, let's go over to New Zealand real fast. 12 in Christchurch, Wellington 14, Hastings coming in at about 13 roughly, Taupo's about 12, and we see that massive circulation there, so likely getting some rain. The Bay of Plenty here, anywhere from 14 to 16 degrees. Auckland coming in at about 13. We'll leave that be. Going over to Hobart real quick, they got 16, but looks like it's really windy there, and they've got a ridge right on the western side of the island. Melbourne about 14, and we've got Adelaide coming in at 13, Sydney 17, Brisbane, home of Oz, sitting at 20. The hottest temperatures about 31 up in the northern portions there of Australia, and Perth on the other side is 13 degrees. Looking at Fiji, 25 to 27 degrees. Papua New Guinea, pretty normal, up to about 29 degrees today. It looks like very warm on Java, up to 31 in some spots, and that will be a nice summertime weather for them. And same thing goes for Sumatra. 30 there in Singapore, and Bangkok coming in at a whopping 32 degrees or 33 thereabouts, and Manila 32 as well. Pretty hot stuff, and we see some warmer weather in Japan. Kagoshima is 23, but we see up to 30 degree temperatures in a lot of other places, which is really awesome for them. And yeah, even Tokyo 28 degrees, that's pretty incredible. Getting all the way up here to Sapporo, where it's always lots of deep snow, seeing about 26. Just outside of that, we see up to 28 degrees. Low sitting right on top of the Kamchatka Peninsula. Temperature still 17, 18 degrees in some places, but cooler on the west side today. Looks like some hot temperatures there in China as well. And same thing goes for fairly hot in Myanmar. It was 30, there's a 38, a 39. India is holding the record today so far, 39 degrees. That is pretty awesome so far. Let's see. And there's by Parjoy has moved inland quite a ways, and it's still an active storm. And hopefully it'll calm down. And there we see Madagascar a little cooler than normal. South Africa also cooler. Once we get into the central regions, fairly normal. And we see, yep, 34s as the high, thereabouts. Let's see what we got over here, 34, 35. Sahara Desert area, including Saudi Arabia and Iraq and a place like that, doing not bad. And let's see, a little closer here, Maleta 18 today, 22 in Adana. It's nighttime though, so. And Piggy has got about 21 degrees, 22. Beautiful there in cost, temperature-wise. Athens about 19. And let's see, we've got about 12 or so in Redanzo, 12, 13 degrees. Not so bad. And let's see, we got Naples coming in at about 18, Rome sitting at 16, and Milano sitting at about 18. Thank you for bringing that up, Sue. 20 degrees for Piggy, and Redanzo is only 13. That's awesome. Thanks, Sue. And looking here, Madrid 21, Lisbon 19, Aurelio's house about 19 as well, and Nantes coming in at 16, Paris 19. Looking at Germany, Munich 11, Frankfurt 14, Cologne 15, Yvonne Coco's house about 13, and Berlin 13, 13 in Hamburg, Brussels coming in at about 15, and that is in Belgium. Holland 13 degrees in Amsterdam, a little bit cooler in some of the other spots there, down to about 10, but nothing really crazy. And what is that place? Oh boy, I'm having a hard time remembering. It'll come back to me. What the heck is Copenhagen called? Oh, never mind, it's Copenhagen. Oh, 14 degrees. I'm tired, guys. So that is, yeah, that is Denmark, and that's Copenhagen, and that's Aarhus, and that is Oslo up there, and that is 14, 13. Stockholm a little bit warmer. No, 13, 14 there. 16 in St. Petersburg. And of course 17 degrees in Moscow. They are getting summer. London coming in at about 15. We see Wales slightly warmer. Yes, my comfy chair. I wish I had a comfy chair. Yeah, 12 degrees in Leeds. Glasgow, if I had a comfy chair, I'd fall asleep. We 16 in Glasgow. Aberdeen about 11. We see the western side of Scotland a lot warmer. Western side of everything here, and the English areas a lot warmer than the eastern side. Dublin about 15, and what do we got there? 16 for our wonderful Irish monk. It's just 15, 16, roughly. That's close anyway. And 11 degrees there in Reykjavik. That is awesome. Looks like the eastern side of the island slightly warmer, up to about 14 degrees, so pretty nice. And that is it for temperatures. Let's take a look real quick at precipitation. And we see some nasty stuff up here in the Alaskan area, and of course the Panhandle and the rainforests that are in there are getting wet. And looking at British Columbia, lots of rain throughout, but there's spots that are clear. Here's the system that's putting out the fires. We like that, and it's doing a decent job. Not sure if this is what's going to give us our rain in the next couple of days here. Moving to the east real quick though, we don't see too much. Montreal's getting a storm. Looks like Buffalo, New York, and those areas are getting some stormy stuff. Looks not bad for Nova Scotia, a little bit in New Brunswick, and tips of Newfoundland here getting nailed, as well as Labrador. And yeah, so New York area, the state of New York is getting some of that, and as well as Pennsylvania and New Hampshire, and what's the other one up here? I can't remember. Darn it, Maine. Anyway, we'll leave that be. Ooh, Grandma B is just skirting this storm. Hopefully that's not going to be anything too bad there. And we have that storm that is kind of in, I don't know where, what's really close to Washington, Richmond, but it's definitely there doing its thing. Going down here in the southern portions of the U.S., we see a storm system off the coast of Florida that is pretty nasty, and we see a large storm here that is mostly sitting in Alabama, but it is also in some of the other states. Looks like Mississippi has got a lot of it, and even into Arkansas, those areas. Some stormy activity north of San Antonio, hitting Austin and those areas. Hopefully that won't get too nasty. Colorado seems to have lots of storms, and a little bit there in Wichita, Kansas area, I guess, Kansas. And what is that? That's Iowa. This is Nebraska. I guess they are getting some stuff there as well. And little spots throughout the rest of the western U.S. Central America, yep, definitely rain, and looks like half of Colombia, a lot of area there in Venezuela, and the French Guiana, etc. They're all getting some rain there. Some stuff on, around Rio de Janeiro, and that's not so bad though. And looks like the rest of the areas are pretty dry there in South America. There's that low circulating off the coast, northern coast of New Zealand, and it's doing some nasty stuff here. This high, of course, bringing more air in and moisture. The low is pushing the other way, and that's what we're seeing. So Bay of Plenty is going to be plenty wet. And here's that ridge that I mentioned earlier off the western coast of Tasmania, and that is also getting Adelaide wet a little bit as well. And looks like most of Australia is okay. We see bad storms out here in Tonga area, and hopefully that'll be okay for them and the American Samoas. And then Papua New Guinea, yep, rain. And of course Indonesia. Who needs to talk about rain there? It always rains there. And same with Singapore. And we are seeing those areas. Hong Kong got rain. We see a big storm coming across those Japanese islands, and this will likely move northward and actually hit Japan. So that's what we've got there. Just want to zoom out a little bit. Yeah, more to come here for these guys down by Sumatra, so that'll be okay. Bay of Bengal is going to be expecting a storm, and then by by Parjoy has moved inland, but I think he's decreased in size. Still very, very windy and lots of snow. Hopefully that is okay, and we see some rain there in Central Africa to be expected. And Piggy might be getting some showers. I didn't read if Piggy's was getting showers. Redenzo? No, there's a Piggy. Conditions are partly cloudy. Okay. Well, she might get some rain. We'll see what happens. And it looks like that whole area, Istanbul and the whole area from Albania all the way over and upwards. And it looks like it's going all the way up through Poland and hitting everything there. So lots of rain for those guys. It looks like Italy is not bad. Also not bad in Spain and France, a few little raindrops. And Germany and Belgium and Luxembourg and Holland and Denmark are all okay. Looks like the area here, actually it's the hotter areas are getting rain. That's weird. They're in Wales and England and Scotland and of course over in Ireland. Quick peek at what's happening there in Iceland, and a very little rain up here, and that's about it. Let's let's find the so India had the hot temperature. Let's find the cold temperature on the planet, and we'll find that. We're going to scan around. Oh, I see a 66 and below already, 68 right in there. So a minus 68 so far, 50s, 60s, and what are we seeing? I need to find out. Minus 68 seems to be the cold spot that I seen here. Where did you go? There's a 67, 66, 68 was right in here. And let's zoom back in and see if we can spot that. 67, 65, 60, oh, 60, there's a 68, and yep, I think and that might be it. I don't see anything warmer or colder, I mean. Minus 68 degrees. So I think we'll leave it as that for today, and I think that is about it. So minus 68, and I got beat. Sue found minus 69. It's a first degree beating again. Darn it, I hate when that happens. All right, so that's it for our wonderful stream. Thank you, Sue, for finding that cold temperature. And we know the hottest temperature was in, I guess it was India, wasn't it? I think, somewhere thereabouts. All good, but I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to hurt my brain today. I need some food, and then I need some bedtime. How about that? And I get to sleep in tomorrow. Yay! Let's put this back on our wonderful lava. There it is. And Sue is going to go feed the animals in the cold places. Awesome, Sue. And thank you for taking care of them. You're a kind person. On those friendly notes, it is time for me to wrap up the stream for today. I want to say a big thank you to everyone who was here. I really do appreciate all of you. Also, a big thank you to our gift givers and our super chatters. And we had Piggy threw in a 2-pounder, and Grandma B threw in a $2 super chat, and then Piggy gifted one membership, And Kevin Haynes also gifted one membership. So thank you guys for that wonderful support. And also a big thank you to Sue for all the hard work she does with sending those volcano reports in to us all the time. I really do appreciate that. And a big thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and CND Boy, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you, moderators. You guys are awesome. And Sharon Stewart, of course, keeping a track of what's going on and being our singing voice in here. All good. And you are welcome, Sharon. And good night, Doc, and everyone. See you. Yep, remember, tomorrow the stream starts early. Get that in your minds. Remember, the stream starts early. It is Saturday tomorrow, so consider that. On those friendly notes, it's time to wrap it up the rest of the way. Be good, be kind, take care of yourselves. And most of all, please, please, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, saying good night and take care. And oink oink.